Alright, hello. Sorry for the late start. Well, couple minutes. Was trying to get a few things finished up before stream, but I didn't quite have time. Alright, let's get over to the mini cam here. Yeah, I need to get a better solution for that. Let's... That'll do. Okay, so, today the main thing I'm going to be working on is the second Captain Centos miniature my friends very, very graciously sent me, that I kitbashed into a proxy for Watch Captain. I'm blanking on his name at the moment, but the Watch Captain miniature. But yeah, so we're gonna that's the main thing we're gonna be working on. Before I get started on that, however, I have a couple decals left to finish on a Knight Armiger I had been working on, so we're gonna wrap that up very quickly, and then we'll start on the Watch Captain. Okay, decals are just about finished. I just need to trim a little bit of the excess off on these two, and put the coat of the second solution over top everything, and then I can set it aside to let it dry. Still deciding if I want to do anything with these leftover strips, and I don't think I will. I think these can just get thrown away. I swear, half the time it seems like these decals will tear just from trying to move them around with my brush. And now I'm using a knife, and they won't cut. There we go. Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing this on stream, I just didn't have it done yet, and I want to get it off my desk. So... I will, just figure I'll just do the last bit on stream. Still, I do not get it. Why won't... There. When I'm trying to put it on gently, these things are the most fragile things I've ever worked with. And when I'm going across it with a knife, it won't so much as make a nick in it, and I don't know why. Okay. I think I may have overdid it with the decals on this, but I don't know. I didn't really have a plan. I just kind of started putting stuff on to see how it looked. And I can always paint over them later if I don't like the end result. Okay. Nice, good coat on these. There's a lot of places where the decals are like overlapping the silver trim that I'm gonna have to fix, but that it won't be hard. It'll just take some time. I just have to go over it again. Usually run into a little bit of that with these anyway. Probably actually gonna have to do another coat of this in a bit, but gonna need time for first coat to do its work. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know how it's going to interact with a couple places I have decals overlapping. That is something I did not think about. Oh, I'm not even on camera, am I? There we go. Didn't even think about how I was holding it there. Okay. I think that'll do it for the time being. I can set this aside here. And we can start on what I actually planned on doing today. A little bit more here on places that already dried. Okay. I think that looks like it's taking. Let's get this set aside and start actually working on painting. just give me one moment to rinse out this brush, and then we'll get started. Alright, and we're back. Okay, let's clear off some room on my desk here. And we will set you aside for the rest of stream. Okay, so yeah, we'll be working on my Deathwatch Captain here. Hold her out. And where's my brush I like to use for this? There you are. So, similar to my, the way I paint my Dark Angels, I like to start with the metallic primer, and then use contrast paint for whatever armor color I'm doing, in this case, black. Let's find a better place to put you. Set it over there, and we'll take care of that after stream. At the very least, I usually don't have to fight with this like I do the green. Every now and then there will be a place where the paint doesn't seem like it's going on right. But, it's usually either very easy to fix, or not really even noticeable. Although I guess I should have left the knee pad alone there, but it's fine. So far, so good. Let's get a little bit of water on my brush. This paint feels like it's thickening up a little. And I don't want that. Of this as I can here. start getting the backpack here. Got a little bit on my hand there. I saw the pre-orders for the new Kill Team set just went up, and we're finally getting some Primaris Deathwatch models. I am very happy about, even if I won't be able to pick them up for quite a while. I mean, it was never hard to make your own Primaris Deathwatch stuff, but nice to have some that already have, like, all the proper markings and whatnot. Instead of having to convert everything. Speaking of, though, I might try to make some of my own anyway, since it will probably be a while until I can get proper ones. Also, now that I'm going to have a proxy for Watch Captain Artemis, I need to finally get around to actually picking up the codex for Imperial agents. So that I can, you know, actually play them eventually. I don't know that I'll ever bother building a army for Imperial agents, but I always loved the idea of throwing them in with, like, my knights, or even just throwing in just something different for a change of pace in with my Dark Angels. That, and since I also might be starting Imperial Guards sometime soon, it'd be good for that as well. And Imperial agents are also a very good excuse for making some fun kit bashes with some of the very good Necromunda models. Thought about doing some Navy Breachers and Voidsmen with the Solar Auxilia from Horus Heresy as well. Alright, how's this looking? There's a few spots on the backpack that are still looking a little light, so let's get just a little bit more here. I think, actually, there's probably enough left on my pallet. I didn't need to get more out of the bottle, but oh well. Yeah, it's a little heavy. Let's try to spread that around. One thing I definitely need to do for these streams in the future, which won't affect anybody watching, but I need to figure out a good way to get chat on my phone so I can put it in front of me and not have to turn my head 90 degrees to check and see if anybody's there. Not a major thing, but just a nice convenience for me. Okay. I think that's probably pretty good on the black. There's a couple iffy spots on the leg here. There. Alright. Black looks good. Let's go to a smaller brush. Some lead belcher. Nope, nope, that's not lead belcher. There you are. And let's start doing some cleanup. Gonna need that to be good for later. Start cleaning up the gun. Some finer details to clean up as well, but I'm gonna save that for after I'm done with all my contrast paints. Alright, you know what, I'm actually gonna wait to do that. Okay, let's get all our contrast done. Okay, so I think there's a couple I want to use for this. Yeah, there you are. To my little brush. Oh, bristles are really splitting on this one. As I said, not the greatest at actually taking care of my brushes. I need to be better about that. But on the upside, I usually use pretty cheap ones, so it's not that big a deal if they get worn out too fast. Alright, using a little bit darker of a red than I use for the weapons on my Dark Angels. A little bit spilled onto the barrel there, that's fine. Always going to be a little bit of cleanup. Although, I am starting to think I might not be using this brush very much longer. Yeah, bristles really don't want to go back together, so... I'm sure there's something else I could be doing to help that, but as I said, not great at that part. I'm not great at a lot of parts, honestly, but... Apologies for most of this probably not being very visible, but the angles are a little awkward for trying to get this without making a huge mess. Alright. The red for the gun is finished. You know what? Since I already got it, let's do a little bit of this inside the Inquisition emblem. There we go. Is there any on the back? No. Okay. Okay, gonna go back to my usual red here. Very briefly for the shoulder pad. Oh, right. Should take a little bit off my brush. Actually might be a little bright. We'll, see what that looks like when it gets dark. I might have to, go over that with Lead Belcher and do it over again. We'll see. Okay, what next? Well, there is a little bit of... Or no, I guess I still need to do the cloth that color as well. Too much stuff in my way. Alright, open up my wet palette. Alright. Some race bone here. For the cloth. start letting that coat dry. Not sure what color I'm going to do the trim on the cape and cloth this time. I mean, I could do red, just paint it in, like, to the colors of Captain Centos again. But, I don't know. I don't want it to be identical to the other one. I mean, I guess it's already not going to be, right? Like, all the other parts and the different color scheme, but I don't know. Might do gold. But I don't know how well the gold will stand out from the Wraithbone, so. Guess I could just try it, and if it don't look good, then just cover it up with a different color. That's how it goes. Oh wow, I got a lot on the leg there. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that. Start getting these. Right, I think the cape, when trying to do the inside of the cape here was why I took it off the handle last time I was doing this. Which I might have to again here. have to take that off. And yeah, now that it's had a moment to dry, well, it's very bright, but I don't remember the color scheme well enough in my head to remember if that is too bright or accurate. So I may have to do a brief double check on that in a bit here. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to... Oh no, I can still get this part. Sure does take a lot of coats of this for it to look right. Nope, nope, that still wasn't dry. Whoops. Oops. Don't know why my hand did that. Probably should be doing this bit with a much smaller brush, but well, I'm here now. There's a part of the cape that doesn't have any paint on it, and I can just barely not reach. Although, you can only really see it from, like, very specific angles, so it's probably fine, but it bugs me that it's not done. Okay. Let's give all of that a moment to dry while I double check the color scheme for my shoulder pad. It is pretty bright. Yeah, I think the red I used will be fine, actually. It does look a little bright, but I think it is correct. Oh. Why is the preview blank? Sorry, everyone, if the picture had been gone for anyone else there. I don't know if that was an issue on my end because I opened another window, or if that actually blacked out the stream for everybody. Either way, I hope that doesn't happen again. Okay. Wraithbone I put on everywhere should be dry everywhere now. I hope. Hey, I'm not looking forward to finally getting to the pile of Deathwing models for my Dark Angels, because boy do I not like how fiddly this color is. On the other hand, fine on your end? Okay, good. That must have just been a bug on my stream preview. But I'm also very much looking forward to being done with my Deathwing models, so I can be done using this color scheme, or this color in, like, bulk. Can't believe I didn't get anything on the back of the leg there. That was a little close. Okay. Of course, I say I guess I'm talking about being done using Wraithbone on a lot of things when I'm done. I do have an entire combat patrol of Tyranids behind me that I'm probably going to need it for as well, so, you know. I guess I'm not done with it, even when I do finish that. Though, I hate to say it, because they've been sitting there for a while. It's probably going to be a while more yet before I finally get around to doing those. Not a huge Tyranid fan, or at least, like, they just don't interest my playstyle that much. But I more or less got the whole combat patrol for free with, I bought one of these starter sets just for the Space Marines, because I think it was still cheaper than buying everything individually. And then I also just had a whole combat patrol of Tyranids, which I have them, so I am going to paint them. And I'll probably invest in the army somewhat afterwards, because even if their playstyle doesn't immediately appeal to me, like every faction, they have some really cool models. Actually, no, I take that back. The one thing that does appeal to me about their playstyle is I'm super excited about the detachment they just got not that long ago, with the emphasis on like tunneling underground and stuff built around that. That seems really neat. I don't know if it's good or not, but it sounds really fun. I mean, I think, honestly, you could probably make an argument to convince me to get into just about any army in 40k. Like, I would be all for doing an entire battlesuit army for the Tau. That would be fun. I never really planned on playing Imperial Guard, and I'm looking to start that at some point after I finish my Dark Angels. Same with Chaos. I already have the beginnings of my Chaos Army assembled and painted. I just have, assembled and primed, sorry. I just have to actually start painting them once I get these done. Like, orcs always seem entertaining, and there's so much fun creative stuff you can do with kit bashing, especially for their vehicles. Like, Necrons seem like a huge pain in the neck to paint, at least to paint well, but boy do they look good when they are. Yeah, like, just about every faction, I think, has at least some appeal to me. Heck, even the Votann, like, if for nothing else, then, like, I just want someone to play them. I do like a lot of the visual design of their gear and vehicles and whatnot. I just it bums me out that like, they're not my favorites, I think, in any category, but it bums me out that I don't see more people playing them. So, and I say that like, you know, I have a very, very limited perspective on it, right? Like, I've only actually just started playing 40k, like in like public games like this year, and it's like just the one local game store, so it's hard to say how popular things are or aren't, but still, I feel like I never see anything with the Votann. And the Mechanicus, heck, they would be like my army of choice. They were the first army I started trying to get into, but I don't know. It just feels like they don't have much. I'm probably looking at it wrong, but I barely got I barely have more than my combat patrol, but I already felt like I was sort of losing steam on finding some new stuff to get. And again, that's probably the wrong way to look at it. But I really wish the Mechanicus could use more of their Horse Heresy stuff in 40k, considering they have like 0 overlap. And even just some of the things carrying over would be great, just to add some variety of units available. But I don't know. Like, I can talk all day about what I wish was in the game, and there's probably reasons there aren't, right? Like, one thing I do wish they would do, though, is it's nice that they have the Legends stat blocks for, like, non-tournament legal stuff you can still play in games. But boy, do I wish they would, like, add that stuff to, like, all of their digital ways of keeping track of things. Because it's nice to just kind of have stats for my army all on my phone or a tablet or something. But if I want to bring any Legends stuff, I have to, like, print it out. Which, again, I can do. It's not that big of a deal. It's just one extra step, making it just slightly more awkward to use. And also sometimes having to find the particular Legends stats that you're after as well. But that's a minor nitpick. Something I wish they would do. Okay. All the Wraithbone seems like it's looking pretty good. A little bit more on this. Definitely gonna have to clean this up, though. Got a lot of stuff spilling off there. Okay. I think we can put that away for the time being. Alright. So, for Deathwatch, the cape should still be red, but just to kinda set apart the color from how I did the other Captain Centos, choose a much darker red. far, so good. I think I am gonna have to do another coat after this one dries, though. Something I'm still deciding on here. If I want to do the leather for, like, the sheath on the sword and, like, the belt pouches and whatnot as brown or black. Part of me wants to do black just because brown is the more, like, accurate one to do for Dark Angels. And I've been doing that for forever, and most other chapters use black. But with Deathwatch having black armor, I don't know if it stands out quite so well. Suppose I could quickly look up the color scheme for like a Deathwatch kill team or something, just to see what was used on them, like, officially. Go from there. That's honestly probably the best bet. Which, on it, I mean, actually, I don't even, now that I've said it out loud, I don't even think I need to. I already know that the leather stuff's going to be brown, which maybe I'll just use a darker one from my usual, just to, again, just to do something a little different. Oh. We got a bot. Goodbye. It's wild to me that stuff like that works. Like, I mean, it has to, or else they wouldn't be doing it, but it's also infuriating. I suppose eventually I should get around to actually having some mods, but I don't know. I don't think there's enough people watching for that to be that important. Definitely not anything I can't just handle myself. Alright. Cape's looking pretty good. Now, where are we with everything else here? Let's, because I don't think I'm going to use it anywhere but this one spot. Let's get a little bit of this. Put it on the shield around the flamer. Okay. That looks pretty good to me. Okay, what now? Let's get some more lead belcher here. Start doing some cleanup and stuff like this. Helmet. Okay. Gonna need to clean that up a little bit, but still looks alright. That. Antenna. Thing. Okay. Oh, a little bit more cleanup on the gun to do.
this. Gonna have to get more black to get some of the bits I missed there, but that's fine. Shake that up a bit more, I think. That's better. Okay. I think that's good for that at the moment. Need to do a lot of cleanup on the backpack yet, but
I mean, I guess I might as well, since I've already got the paint here.
oh, I guess now that I'm done with the cape, I should go back to the handle as well, so that I'm not smudging things with my fingers.
Also, then I'm not blocking things with my other hand, too. Hopefully.
Alright, and since I realized my mistake last time, let's not do gold for the chain here. Just the lead belcher to start. Oh. Crystals are splitting again. Might have to change out the brush this stream. We'll see. I'm hoping it at least lives until get this done. Did make a little bit of a mess, unfortunately. Alright, let's get all these little spots here.
Okay. Okay, before we move on to new things, let's start doing a little cleanup on the black. So there's plenty of places where I messed that up. At the very least, I usually don't have to be too fussy about how I clean up this in particular. It isn't as noticeable if I don't do the metallic base before cleaning it. Whatever it was I just said, I'm sure that was a coherent statement. Definitely no made-up phrases in that. Oh, right. There's a little bit of a banner here on the foot, so I'll have to briefly go back to the Wraithbone for that. I'm probably holding my hand right in front of what I'm doing, aren't I? Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, that wasn't even paint, that was just a dried flake. Okay. That is looking alright. There. Okay. Looks good. Okay, gonna have to do a little bit of back and forth here, I think. Yeah. Actually, let's get some of this leather out of the way. Yeah, use the Rhinox hide for this. A little bit darker than what I usually do. Start getting these pouches and whatnot. really wish these bristles would stay together. I do have plenty of backup brushes. I'm just trying to get as much life out of these as I can before I swap them out, though it might be time soon. Also, yep, that is a bit of plastic I did not fully cut off. That's what I get for not giving these a proper look over while building. There we go. That's better. Let's just try cleaning the brush and go. Can you hold together for just a little longer? So far, so good. Probably gonna have to go over that with Wraithbone again, so don't worry too much about trying to keep that clean. I figured that would happen. Okay. Again, do let me know if I'm starting to move the painting off camera a lot and not catching myself.
What is gonna be the best way to get this without making a huge mess? Maybe if I do it like this, hopefully. That kind of worked for the most part. Oops, well. Or my handle jerk and do that. That's fine too. We were going to have to go back to the Wraithbone for other stuff anyway, so be it. Okay. There's hopefully all of the brown for the leather done. Yeah, let's move on to some of the gold. Gonna have to do a little bit of back and forth between gold and silver, but that's fine. Make it work. So, as far as upcoming streams and stuff go, I was planning on Wednesday being starting something new, but as it turns out, I will probably be doing another painting stream because I'm going to be trying to help my friend get the rest of his Death Guard army done, and was wondering if I was going to paint any of it on stream or not, and I told him I absolutely would. So that'll be what we do on Wednesday. At the very least, I will be painting a Plague Burst Crawler, and then it'll just depend on whether or not I get it all done. I'm not, or well, I guess how long it takes to get done. I'm not concerned with being able to finish that one stream because I have a pretty good feeling that I'll be able to get it all done in one stream. And if I don't, maybe I'll go a little late to try and finish it. But I don't know that there'll be time for anything else. 'Cause I thought I could get both of these miniatures done last week, or I guess when last week it was just Wednesday. I thought I was going to get both of these done, and heck, I almost went late just getting the one finished, so. Okay. that done. Okay, what's going on with my music here? I feel like it's just kind of looping some of the same stuff. I will have to look into that after I'm done here. Okay. All right. That looks pretty good. Should probably do this after do the rest of it, but whatever. Actually, those should probably be silver. Oh well. I will just cover them up. Alright. Let's... Oh, wait, first, let's get this. Okay, now what I'm trying to decide is, for the laurels around this, do I want to do green like I did on the other one? Or do I want to have these be silver to more match the Deathwatch color scheme? I don't know. Let's get this. Oh, right, I guess the hilts on Deathwatch power swords are usually silver, aren't they? Or no, they're gold. They're gold. What am I thinking? I guess I'm just picturing the blade. Nope. Left that open. I guess once I get this painted, it is going to be a little bit more obvious that the back of this power sword here was not meant to be visible, but ah well. You know what? It still looks okay. Though if I had realized how much that it had, like, yeah. That wasn't a sentence. If I had realized how much of it had been cut away for, like, stuff to slot into place, I probably would have tried to do some cleanup with my X-Acto knife to make it a little smoother. But, oh well. It looks okay anyway. Also, I'm seeing some places I definitely need to go back over with the brown. Okay, do some gold trim on the shoulder pad here. Alright. Okay, let's go back to my brown here. Okay, get the back side of the sheath here. Scabbard, or whichever the more appropriate term would be. I'm sure there is a difference, just couldn't tell you which was which. Also, there's the question of what type of terrain I am doing on the base. I mean, obviously there's not much I have to do. There's already rocks and whatnot piled up around it, and it's already modeled to look like rough dirt, but color-wise, because I have some other Imperial Agents miniatures, but I've not really been doing anything consistent in terms of their basing, which I'm kind of starting to regret. But at the very least, I should figure out what I want to do for my Deathwatch here. Granted, I don't know how much I'm even going to have for Deathwatch miniatures, but probably not a ton. Sure, why not? Let's do some brown for the handle as well. Grip. Again, I've been doing Dark Angel's colors for so long. It felt weird to use any color other than red here. There. Looks okay. I don't know if I'm crazy about the brown grip. Might actually just do that as black. I think that'll look better. Part of it might just be it matches the sheath too much, but I think I also just don't like how the brown and gold looks like side by side for the handle. I could probably just go with a lighter brown as well, but alright. Let's get some black. Yeah, I think I already like this better. Granted, the difference between the black and dark brown, probably not that noticeable on stream, but at least for me, it's I like this much better. Also, I see a lot of bare patches I missed with some gold there, but I'm gonna have to go back and forth to it anyway, so just gotta remember to touch that up when we get there. Now, this is probably unnecessary to get the like Under Armour here on all the joints, considering the whole thing's already black, but this is the black I usually use for it, and it'll bother me if I don't try to keep it consistent. This is for probably no one's benefit but me. I'm sure it'll be not even noticeable to most people that there are two different blacks going on there, but I'll know. And it'll bug me. Actually, I guess it would be noticeable in that arm. So. Okay. That looks good. Now, let's move on to some silver. Where is my silver? Ah, there you are. Okay. Start with the little bit of the exposed blade here. Back of the Inquisition icon here. You know, I'm not going to bother trying to do the front with this brush. Okay. Now start getting this arm. Actually trade off to the other brush before I finish this. Yeah, let's just switch off to the other brush. Although, I should probably do one more coat on the blade first. Okay. Now let's go back to the arm here. Being a little bit more careful.
slowly getting there. Okay, so far so good. Okay, now get the wings on the chest here. Okay. I'm liking that so far. Give me one brief moment here, though, to refresh my memory on like certain aspects of the Deathwatch color scheme, because I'm mostly going from memory. And it has been a while since I've, like, sat down and actually analyzed it. Oh, well, you know what? I'm glad I'm double checking this, because I did the shoulder pad all wrong. That should not be gold on the inside. It was meant to. It should all be silver. I was thinking of the Grey Knights. Well, that's exactly why I double checked. Easy enough to fix, though. And then how much of this is silver? Okay, yeah, the crossbones should be gold. So I will have to fix that, but... Something about it was not quite clicking. I couldn't figure out what it was. That was probably it. I figured there was some aspect of it that I was misremembering. I just didn't think it was that. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait for that to dry. I need to just stop adding coats. Thin that out just a hair. Alright, I'll let it dry and then come back to that. Meantime, on this. Yeah, that seems better. That in silver. Yeah, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, there's not that much gold on the Deathwatch. I was absolutely overdoing it. Okay. Hit the sides. A little in my defense, this is the first time I've painted anything Deathwatch related in probably 2 years, so it's been a little while. But also, you know, I probably should have made more of an effort to get all this straightened out in my head before streaming it. Alright, let's see how I like silver here. It's not bad, actually. Yeah, I like that. I wasn't sure how I'd feel about the silver. I don't even know if it's all that visible, if I'm honest, but I think it turned out okay. Okay, let's try to cover up a bit more of this gold. Uh-oh. Paint's getting chunky. Fix that before it gunks everything up. Still a little bit of gold shining through on this side. Okay. Go back to the gold here. Actually, at the rate we're going, we might finish this one, like, at a good time before end of stream. Maybe. There we go. Clean this up just a bit. Get the back side of it carefully. Okay. Now, let's get this. I think I like that better in gold. Right, I almost forgot. There is a little bit I missed on this last time. Okay. Okay, I like that quite a lot. Let's get a little bit more here. Just okay. Right, so I was gonna try and see how the gold looks on the trim of the cloth here. I think it's gonna look okay. I'm gonna have to take it off of this again to do this part. Certainly got a little too much there, but that's... I was gonna have to do cleanup anyway. Alright. Yeah, I think the gold works for that. I'm also thinking maybe I could have just done a, like, just a plain white instead of the off-white, but... I'm not gonna start it over at this point. Okay. Get one thing here that I missed. That.
Whoops. Should have been more careful. Oh well. Alright, let's just fix that before I forget about it. There we go. Okay, let's get these wax seals done. Not a great time for the bristles to start splitting up on me. Nope, definitely gonna have to fix that. Alright. So, get this here before I forget. Now... there's that. What was I? There was something else I was thinking I needed to use the Wraithbone for to fix. What was it? Maybe there wasn't anything else. Alright, I never got that seal on the wrist either.
Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break free? I'm a shapeshifter, echoes masquerade, hiding both face and mind. All free for you to draw.
There we go. So I might need a little bit more on there. Oh, right, that's what it was. I was gonna try doing Wraithbone on the skull on the hilt here. That's what it was. There we go. I gotta look a little bit better once I do the wash. Okay, what is still left to do here? Other than the base. I do need a tiny bit of black here just to fix that one mistake I made. I think there's another spot here that I didn't fix earlier either. Do that. Anywhere else need fixing? Okay. Looks alright. Okay. There was something I just saw that I had to fix, and now what was it? I already lost it. Oh, I'll probably see it again. Okay. Go back to Lead Belcher. There's a few things I gotta touch up with this again. Oh, right, I do have to do that wire on the helmet there. Okay. What's that? Gotta fix the bottom of the gun there. Yeah, there's a little spot of the helmet that needed some. Okay, now I do see a few more places that still needed to be fixed with the black. That. And that. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to bump the mic there. Where was that spot? Right there. Okay. Oh, right. And needed to get a little bit of the edges of this. Gonna be honest, for a moment there, I forgot I was streaming. So sorry I got quiet. Just got very engrossed and
Forgot there was anyone else here watching me for just a moment. Okay, get very little amount of silver here. Just enough to do that gem in the middle. Is there anything else I need to touch up with silver while I have it on my brush? It's a little bit for the hand here. Couldn't hurt. Oh, yep. And the side of the hand over here. Okay, a couple things, and then we can move on to the base and be done. Okay. First up, get this part here that I keep forgetting to do. There. Okay, get some red. The red I usually use for stuff. Get the eyes of the helmet. A little bit outside the eye there, but that's fine. Get this one wire here. There we go. Let's get a very tiny amount of this to fix that one little bit of red. There. Okay, I believe that is the bulk of it. Oh, right. The one thing I always forget to do. Take my gray contrast here. Do the vents on the backpack. Honestly, I'm amazed that I did remember this last time. It's the one thing I always seem to forget. Got that one. Okay. Now we can start the base. Usually I would do the wash first, but there's so many details and whatnot on the base itself that I'm going to end up doing a wash on that too. So, no sense in doing it yet. Well, it is looking like I was wrong about maybe finishing this well before the end of stream. That's fine. I kind of planned on this being the only thing I did today, so. I had some backup miniatures ready to go, but at this point, I'm pretty confident in saying that this will be all we do. Well, I mean, I'm not even confident. Like, yeah, this will be it. Like, when we're done with this, I'll probably just close out stream, even if it's a little early. Though, not completely done. Still got to do the wash. Still got to do... I don't have many decals to do, but I do have a few. So, have to do that as well. So this gray is starting to get pretty low at this point. It's not quite empty, but we'll definitely need to open a new one before too much longer.
done with the rubble here. A little bit of a bare spot there. A little bit more. That's better. Okay. There's the rubble. Probably have to correct a little bit of that after we do the dirt, but that's fine. Okay. So I'm thinking for the actual ground here, I might use some of this Martian iron crust just to kind of set it apart from my other Space Marines, because it's not for them. I think this is the closest color I have to matching it. So, I'm gonna get a little bit of this. So I did take the Captain Centos miniature I painted last week up with me to play 40k, and it did alright. I still don't know how much I like the abilities on captains, because I don't use my stratagems often enough to really get much benefit out of their main ability. But he was one of like he was like one of the only survivors I had left on the board by the end, so you know that counts for something. And I did get some amount of value out of the reducing the cost on stratagems. That did come in handy. So, maybe honestly, the issue is probably more. I would probably value the abilities on the captains much higher if I had a good enough grasp on the game to remember my stratagems more often. I'm getting there. I did finally play one of my knights as well, and even though it did eventually get brought down, I quite enjoyed the chaos it caused. Maybe poor choice of word. I did enjoy the havoc it caused. Until it did finally get brought down. And honestly, it just makes me more excited to finish the rest of my knights, so I can play them as a proper army instead of just attaching onto my Space Marines. Also, back to my wording faux pas. I do want to get some Chaos Knights at some point as well. If not, probably not as a full army, but seeing as how I am building a Chaos Marine army, I would not mind having a knight or two to add on to them if I ever decide to bring them along. Like, I couldn't use more than one at a time, but just like having the options. Also, some of the Chaos-specific knights are real cool. The Knight Abominant especially. And the new one they just got with their codex as well seems really fun. Also, I want to just... Weirdly, I'm kind of excited to pick up some War Dogs at some point, just for kit bashing potential, not even necessarily because I'm not excited to have any, just... I feel like there's some fun shenanigans I could do with some of my leftover bits. Especially from stuff like the Forge Fiend and Hellbrute and whatnot. Okay. That looks alright. Let's go back to the gray now, just to clean up a little bit of the overlap. I don't think I'll need to do much, just a little. Also, I was just looking through some of the character models for Necromunda, and there are quite a few that I would love to pick up for either kitbashes or honestly just as proxies for stuff in various armies. I feel like the Imperial Guard especially has a lot of potential there for one-offs. The only real trouble is getting them. It seems like they are never in stock, or you can find them, people selling them secondhand, for outrageous markup. Not all the time, but sometimes it can be pretty bad. And that's assuming anyone's even selling them secondhand. I've not had a ton of luck finding a lot of the Necromunda characters outside of just ordering directly from Games Workshop. Which would not be so bad if they kept them in stock. But it sure seems like some of those take a very long time to come back, if they ever do. Alright. I think we just got to do the shell casings here. And then we are ready to do the wash. Oh, I also see a little bit of an edge there that I didn't get with the gray. I have to fix. I have to remember to fix that. Actually, I might have to get some gray anyway, just to clean up any spillover from the gold here. Also, I realized today I still have not fixed my schedule on the main page of my Twitch page. I think it still says I'm playing Ghostwire Tokyo every day at 7. So I should do that after stream tonight. Will I remember to do it right away? Probably not, but I'll try to get that fixed by next stream. I don't even know if anyone even looks at it, but just in case, I should get that updated. Oh, almost made a mistake there. Glad I caught myself. I think I do need to. The music seems to be my playlist seems to be working fine now. I don't know why it picked the same song so many times earlier, but I think I do need to add some more music to it. What I've got now is good, but ideally I would like the playlist to be long enough so that it doesn't loop. Or at least not for my normal stream time. Or at the very least, just match the length of the stream time a little bit better. So. Alright. Just a couple more to go. There we go. Okay, that's all the casings. Go back to my other two colors here very briefly just to fix some of my mistakes. also to get this edge that I missed. Okay. Just need a little bit of this. How long has that been open? Wonder how much paint I lose to my poor attention span leaving stuff open. I don't think it's been open that long, but... Or no, it hasn't, because right, I was just doing the shell casings. Okay. That could have been worse. I have definitely gone to bed with one of my paint pots open, though. And I was able to salvage most of the paint in it, but there have definitely been others that have dried out beyond use. I thought there was one I saw the... Ah, there you are. Okay. We're ready for the wash. Alright, I'll be back in a moment while I change my paint water. Okay, and we're back. Get my Nuln Oil here. This bottle from last time inexplicably hanging on. Though you know what? We're actually not going to use it for that. We're going to use the fresher one. Because I don't trust that the paint won't have separated too much in that one. I don't know if there's enough left to properly mix it. And if that happens, it gets very shiny, which I'd like to avoid. Okay, which brush? No, not you. Why do I not remember which brush I use for washes? Yeah, it would be this one. Okay.
mix it up. Good. Also, this is definitely not the brush I usually use for washes. Why can I not tell them apart? I think it was this one. Alright, maybe it's just time to have a new brush for the wash. I don't know why I can't. I don't know what is wrong with my memory right now that I can't remember what brush I usually use. Okay. Now what? Let's do this. Let's get this shoulder pad done right away, so that hopefully it'll dry quick and we'll be able to get the decals done on stream. Oh, you know what? I'm also noticing something else I forgot to do. It's fine. Which means we'll get it afterwards. Oh, also, I once again forgot to do little things holding the cape on. Right, let's water this down a bit before I start doing the cloth.
backside here. There. Don't think I did that part of the sword handle. A bit more on the back of the cape here. Did that maybe a little thick on the leg here. Let's see if I can... Yeah, that's better. Nope, and I'm seeing something else I missed as well. Okay. Okay, looks like the base itself is mostly dry. Try to soak up a little bit of the excess here. Mostly right there. Okay. Well, we can start doing the texture paint here. Wait for that to dry. Oh, also, get a little bit of my gloss Nuln Oil here. Just a little. And we're going to do the blade with that. Tend to like doing blades and whatnot with the gloss on top of the silver. Gives it a bit more of like a polished sheen that tends to look pretty good. There we go. Okay, put the gloss away. We're done with that. Okay, now even that one spot on the base should have dried up. Get my plastic stick. I don't know why I shook that. That does no good. Okay. Got a little too much there. Just a little chunk there. Actually, you know what? Let's start over here and grab a little blob. Yeah. Again, I could just paint the surface of this and be done with it. Like, it doesn't really need the texture paint on top of it, but I still find that I prefer doing this than to just color the ground even if it's modeled in. You know what might be helpful here? The little grooves and whatnot that I need to get this into are so tiny. Let's try something. Let's just try using a toothpick instead of the whole stick. It might be a little too round, but give it a shot.
It's not quite working. The paint wants to stick to the toothpick more than the base. Worth a try. Just go back to my stick. Well, it's not like it has to be super clean anyway. It's a bunch of debris buried in the dirt, so it's not like any overlap looks bad. Slow and steady here.
Your boy Sprightly, 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 Sprightly.
Alright. Kind of looping back around here. That's a little bit more than what I want there. Do want to try to get a little bit of this back in here, although don't know how cooperative be. Okay, let's try to get just a little bit. There. You know what? That kind of worked. Yeah, I'll take it. Okay. Clean this off. Where is my tiny brush? There it is. Okay, do need to go back to my red just a little bit here. You can see the paint started coming off on these seals. This red in particular seems to have a bad habit of doing that. Not really sure if it's something I'm doing wrong or just how this paint is. Just something I gotta keep an eye on. There we go. That's better. Couple very minor things. Need to go back with my gold here and fix. That one's done. Nope. Off the mic again, sorry. Hit the skull on the belt there. Oh, some stuff on my fingers, but looks like I didn't. Well, knocked a little bit off there. Let's see if I can fix that without having to get any more. Good enough. Okay. So now... yep, here we go. Do a little bit of this. On the lens here on the helmet. Okay. Then I'm gonna need a paint over here. Gonna do a bit of this on the silver there, or the gem. Okay. This is done, except for the decals on the shoulder, which it already feels pretty dry. That was my hope. Okay. So, first of all, let's get the black trim around the edge of the base done. Where are you? There it is. Let's get a little bit more here. Starting to get kind of thin. Okay. There's the edge of the base done. Now, let's get decals ready. Where is my X-Acto knife? Here you are. Okay. Very carefully cut these out.
that. Okay, just double checking that there's nothing else I need here. Oh, right, I just remembered there is something important I forgot to do. I will come back to it. I guess it's not that important, but still a detail I forgot to do. I actually might not have time to do that on stream. I should have done a vertical red line on the knee pad there, and then have a number decal, but it's fine. I will add that part on later. Okay. So, actually gonna need one of my chaos decals here. I don't know how I'm gonna like this, but I'm gonna try it. And if I don't like the look of it, I'll just take it back off. Actually, yeah, which one does work better here? They're both about the same height, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. You know, I've been having more and more trouble lately with my X-Acto knife cutting these out. Maybe the reason why I was having trouble earlier, it might be time for a new blade. That could be the issue. I mean, honestly, it probably is. I don't think I've actually changed out the blade on this one since I got it, so that's probably the issue. Alright. Come on. Oh, why are they stuck together? Oh, they're not. Oh. Losing my mind. Okay. So, we're gonna need this. Let's go ahead and put that in some water. Where are my tweezers? Had them earlier when we were finishing up. Ah, there they are. Get that soaking. Get that soaking as well. Give them just a few moments here to loosen up. Okay, probably been long enough. I don't remember which way is up on this. It probably doesn't matter. Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna like putting this on here, but I'm gonna try it and see. Yeah, that's already looking way too busy. Yeah, nah, not doing it. I can already tell. I don't like that. There's probably a way to get what I was going for there with other decals, but I'm not gonna dig through them at this point. We're just gonna put the chapter badge on and be done with it. Okay. Having trouble getting this one to feel centered. So when is that little fleek there? Get out of here. There we go. Tilted just slightly. There we go. All right. Okay. Probably gonna need a few coats of this, considering how big of a wrinkle it's got in it at the moment. You stop sliding around. Alright, you know what? We're gonna let this set just a moment to hopefully like stay in place. Maybe let the put a little bit more on top. Just let it soak a moment. Okay. Let's see now. What? Oh, well, what are you doing? Okay, well. Not only did it not stick in place better, it is now sliding all over the place. And crumpling at the same time. Why are you doing this? Okay. Gonna let it dry a little bit then. Giving it a few more minutes. How's it look? Okay. That's a little better. Okay, that's much better. It's not sliding around anymore. Well, kind of is. But most of the wrinkles are gone. It looks pretty centered, at least, well, maybe. Guess it's not, actually. Alright, you know what? I think I actually got it centered again without destroying it. Okay, and that's most of the wrinkles taken care of as well, so I just basically got to let this dry, which will be another, like, probably at least another 20 minutes or so. So we're not gonna sit here waiting for that. But for the purposes of stream, I think we're done. So here's the final result. Or at least the final we're going to get to on stream. I think it turned out pretty darn good. Yeah. Like I said, I'll still need to go over the knee there to fix that. I will probably do that tonight. It's just going to take me longer than 5 or 10 minutes to do. Yep. Watch Captain for the Deathwatch. Proxy for Watch Captain Artemis. Using the Captain Centos body my friend sent me. And didn't know what chapter to make him, so Exorcists, because they are kind of fun. I have a fondness for the chapters that are like one accident away from the Inquisition, basically removing them. They have some fun, maybe fun's not the right word. They have some interesting lore. And they're almost certainly never going to be a, like, chapter with any sort of, like,
special models or anything for them. But yeah, I think we're good. So, looks good. Yeah, thank you. And yeah. Oh wait, no, there is one other thing. There is one more thing to do that we can do on stream that I almost forgot to do. Let's see. I need these. This will be very, very quick to do, but it adds a lot. Okay, get a bit of the nightshade here. Do that on the front of the grill, around the flamethrower. This is actually not Null Oil. We're already done with the Null Oil. I did that well before decals and whatnot. It's similar, same type of paint though. The shades that are very, very thin and transparent. The Nightshade has like a it's like a very dark blue. Now we're gonna take a little bit of violet here. And kind of blend with it. And I don't know how visible it is on stream, but it gives us some nice discoloration on the grill on the flamethrower to kind of simulate that like metal that's been heated and whatnot. There's probably a better way to do it than I do, but it's an effect I like to try to sneak in whenever I have a flamer or a melt-a-gun. Okay, let's get these back on the shelf. Yeah, now it's as good as I'm gonna get it on stream. So I will, on my own time here, probably in the next 20 minutes or so, get the red stripe on the knee fixed, since I forgot to do that when we were painting the rest of it. And but other than that, I'd call this pretty darn good. Uh-oh. Well, it looks like I might have to do the decal on the shoulder again, because a big chunk of it came off. Probably from me handling it and moving it around. I tried to be careful, but I think my finger might have... I probably put my finger on it while I was doing the shade on the flamethrower. Ah well. I'll just have to do the shoulder over again. So be it. Well, other than that little hiccup, it turned out great. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Like I said, Wednesday is a slight change of plans. I'm going to be painting some of my friends' Death Guard to help get them ready to play. And at the very least, painting the Plague Burst Crawler, and then we'll see how much time there is for other stuff. The rest I might just have to do on my own time in between streams, because I don't want to be... One, I don't want my streams to be nothing but mini painting for the next week or so, and also I don't want them to have to wait 2 weeks for me to get everything done. So, but yeah, that's the plan for Wednesday. Let me see here. Sunday, I'm not entirely sure what the plan is yet. I might go ahead and do what my plan. I might go ahead with what I had been planning on doing for Wednesday, but we'll see. We'll see. One day at a time. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. So yeah. I think I'm gonna skip raid again tonight. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out, and I'll be back at this again on Wednesday. Good night, everyone.